Hello, everyone, and welcome to the 329th Knowledge Seekers Workshop for Thursday, May 21st, 2020. This is a broadcast of the Kesh Foundation Spaceship Institute Education Department and part of the Public Teachings in English. My name is Rick Crammond. I'll be your host today, along with Stanley. And we are joined, of course, with Mr. Mayran Kesh of the Kesh Foundation. And I believe he's ready to begin today's workshop. Hello, Mr. Kesh.
Hello, good morning, good day to you. Wherever and whenever you listen to this Knowledge Seekers teaching. As usual, we start a new cycle, a new way of teaching. And in so many ways, as since the last time and the times before, we start talking about after Corona. We have started explaining a lot of things in the background, but we could understand more last time. But one of the mysteries of mankind has been, how did they get to this planet? Where is the real origin of the man? And we need to know this as become man of space. We can explain. We have to know our origin. Are we a delivered species on this planet? Or were we made by this planet, by its conditions, by its position, by its love, by its strength, by its beauty, by its diversity? Is mankind ready to understand the truth about himself? In the last couple of weeks teaching, when we start explaining about our origin, our way of thinking, our construction of body and soul, and how even Corona managed to get in. What did our body did not calculate when it was making itself to live on this planet? Was it isolated? And in that isolation, it looked at the physicality without considering what we call the energy packs on this planet. And is it for this reason that mankind has become vulnerable to viruses? And as we become travel of the universe, take steps to live this planet as the others do, without all these fancy clothing and training in the swimming pools and everything else as the old-fashioned way people like NASA and Russian Space Agency do. And we're face to face with the creatures of the universe. What do we tell them? And not being able to handle the viruses through the strength of our physical structure, would this be a vulnerability for us? In a space, man cannot be weak. In a space, man cannot allow nothing to touch it. And the biggest weakness for man, as we have seen in the past months, is energy packs, what we call viruses. So if we pass through unwanted fields, opposite or something slightly different than our strength, we are doomed. Or if a race in the space out of kindness, loving and kissing and cuddling, cuddle us, cuddle our soul or physicality, and transfer the energy which is in the level of the virus We're doomed. Kiss of death. So what is important for mankind is to find out why it has become so attached to the dimension of physicality that the smallest energy pack has become its demise. What we see here with Eve and Krona is nothing compared to what mankind will meet outside. All the religious teaching, all the scientific data only connects man to his physicality, not to his energy, not to understand that the energy is built from, that the interaction of his energy leads to manifestation of his physicality. When I tell you I adore you, I love you, I kiss you, do I kiss the physicality or do I adore the soul or the energy? Or do I hug which one? Any of these in the depth of universe, as we are men of this planet, we love to touch and kiss and cuddle and put everything in our mouth. Will become a doomsday. The space become a scary place to be in, except we cover ourselves like astronauts in clothing and cloth and everything else, which even in a dimension of energy fields, they'll vanish. Mankind has to learn what it means to be in the space. Mankind has to learn a way to use his own immortality to become mortal, not to become mortal. Both is his choice. Mankind has to understand more. Otherwise, as they say, you're sick, stay home. You cannot come. And mankind will be forever sick in the space. But we have to go to the origin to find out how we became what we are, and not look at the fallacies that we have accepted. Adam and Eve and the apple and ribs, and one belongs to the fruit shop and the other ones to the butchers. As I said the last time, how we came to believe in this because of the domination of the man in understanding his power in creating. But we need to go before that, much, much before that, and then look at different options now that we understand the science of the creation of this planet. How did we become to be created? Doesn't matter if you say the first man was from Central Africa or in Central Australia or in Central or South America. If you put the Pangea together, you will see they were all connected and life started on one equator line, just on a certain line. Now we speak about man which walked. We go far beyond. Rick, could you please put the map of Earth, or what you call all the land filled together on the screen, please? If we look, we're wondering why and how. And if you understand, mankind will come to understand life started on one level, one line, within a very narrow band on this planet. That narrow band created life if the structures were there to create. If the structures were there, the materials were there, the positions were there, and everything else that mankind wanted could have been created anywhere in the universe. But in that process, we only became part of, we only created one thing. And if you look at the original Pangea, We all created in one way or another from the same structure, in the same area. And as we broke up, as we developed into breaking up, we spread, we divided, and we created exactly the same. So it had an origin, it had a position, it had a diversity of life, and it had, in so many ways, understanding of totality. If you look, you see that creation was so simple. So we see life was one because we look at the present map, but if you look at the map even before this was all one piece. So the life did not start. Life started on a band where the temperature and the composition of materials would allow it to live. Then we go back further. Even if you go back further before man, before the first life, the conditions had to be created that man could live. Materials had to be created. Materials had to be there. Materials for life to create the first cell had to be conditioned to be available. What are these materials and how we became to be as beings on this planet? In the solar system, we started as a speck of dust and rays. Took billions of years to these specks to come together somewhere and build the first seed. And as every drop of rain falls back to its life, to its origin, to the center of gravitational field forces of it, as we understand in the world of the science of the plasma now, everything which comes in has to go out. So the sun forever spews out to be able to recycle itself. If you look at it, the sun is a recycling process for itself in the domain of its own in its solar system. And as spews energies as magnetic fields, as they lose their energy, they become into different stages of matter. And when they get to the boundary and become matter, in the dynamic position, they collide, they come together. It's like a crushing system. It pushes. It's like you put yourself or something in a forge and you turn it. All has to merge, all has to become alloys. And as become alloys, it becomes bigger and bigger. And in that position becomes the first seed for structure. It's a solid state, but gradually, as it absorbs more and more energy from the sun, it gets covered with the material which itself builds itself and become huge. But at all time, the journey does not stop because the gravitational pull of the mother pulls in. From this point as a dust to this point as a first, what we call planet, which always is giant as it collects small gases, takes billions of years. And then the journey stops as a fast motion. And the slow journey to reach the mother starts by rotation and rotation and rotation and rotation. And somewhere here in the middle of the journey, this planet decided, due to its composition of the material which was created in the outset, and due to the magnetic field forces of the planet and its star to create and turn, and that turning to position itself magnetically and gravitationally respectful to the others in the solar system outside tilted Earth. In that tilting, by a few degrees, created the present diversity. And in that diversity, new materials were absorbed because now it wasn't monoenergetic facing the sun, it was continuously diversing and creating more. What we know from this diversity and interaction of the fields of the sun and the earth in an angle, new materials in each level of degree and interactions in different seasons would have started to be attracted. One of the first ones was sodium. Then others, as it became closer and the diversity became changing, we know other materials start appearing. In a way, now, because of what happened with the fields and interaction inside, heat started. Gravitation took hold, and in taking that gravitation, by reduction in the strength of the gravitation, materials appeared. But don't forget, for materials to appear, the energy of the sun had a say. So slowly, what we saw, it was the creation of the lighter elements in the different angles, which at the same time, because of the diversity and the angle of the planet, heavy materials were produced on one side, while the lightest were absorbed on the other side. More materials were created as less and less gravitational fields of different strengths were accepted. So this became a combination planet. This started creating diversity. Hydrogen from one end, while plutonium and magnesium and the others and gold and copper appeared on the other strength. The beauty of this planet is, is what we call inclination of the angle in respect to the sun. It creates diversity of the fields, not monoenergetic as most of the planets do. And so, in that process, in that energy of diversity, sodium, with in so many ways connecting itself with hydrogen and oxygen, and then by the creation of the carbon and everything else, created the first cells. So, we have not been delivered from outside. We are the children of this planet in the physical dimension. But in that process, many, many, many things will change because as different amount of materials were getting created by interaction of the fields of the planet, we saw diversity. And that diversity through balance of energies led to the creation of amino acid. In the line of what I showed you on the Panja, this diversity met its match. So many ways, the amino acid became the first diverse energy made by the planet. Does not exist anywhere, but as it had the common denominator of everything, it could link up. It linked up with copper. It linked up with iron. It linked up itself with everything else that it could make as energy, gas, matter, or whatever. It needed a stability that it could progress. It needed a stability that it could make a system that while this planet was falling back in to his mother, somewhere in this point, the process was completed. And what we saw was the first life. Life, meaning that the cell, the amino acid, could sustain and due to the energies within the environment, replicate itself, which means now Mr. Cohen could make more of itself. But it realized it cannot become like the sun to receive and give. It needs to create a structure that continuously can receive and give, but in that process, hold to some. And then it became very easy. It needed a mechanism. It needed to create a simple system where, as he absorbed energy, it could release energy in any shape or form, but keep its structure at either end and start attaching itself for the circulation, blood. It needed to attach itself to blood because iron needed to match the magnetic field of the planet to create circulation by different strength in energy of iron in conjunction magnetic field of the earth. As iron is magnetic, it created the best motion system for it. So cleverly it attached itself to iron. It has created intelligence. So intelligence was easy to do. Then it needed physicality because up to then it was just energy. If we look at it, amino acid in the space of no gravity is in reality a virus. But getting involved in living and conditioning to the planet, a very weak one, extremely weak one. If I was amino acid, Mr. Cohen, I would have chosen slightly one more material to add to myself that I would have stood the viruses too. And this is where it did not happen. And this is why the man on this planet is weak. It cannot behave as a matter and energy, or what you call it, the soul. But it attached itself and found itself a way to attach itself to energy source by diversity of the interaction of the fields of its own. It created a new energy pack that it could stand better than it and it could support it. This is what we call the soul of the man. So the biggest mistake was made instead of going all the way through physical condition and attaching yourself and itself to copper and zinc and every other metal. He ignored his own essence and the center of his own creation, the energy pack we call the soul. If amino acid at the point of the establishment of life on this planet would have learned to work in a slightly different system way, amino acid would have stayed as an energy pack that could have handled the viruses. So this is the flaw in the structure of the man. It should have interacted with energy and energy with matter condition. It went to the energy matter and left everything in the dimension of the domain of the soul or the energy center, which had singularity but not dual purpose. So it can only work one in the energy that will be called soul and one in the matter soul level which we call the body of the man. So if man wants to become a man of space, to live in every dimension, it needs to bring in, to understand, or in a way connect itself to its soul that has an energy guardian, energy filtering system, energy condition to be able to survive the span of universe. As man was moving more and more into the dimension of physicality, it created a needing system which it had to build on its own. Circulation with blood, storage with liver, digestion system to be able to use different materials of this planet, lung for air, the stomach and digestion system for the liquid and the solid. Then it had to create its own filtering system, the kidneys and what we call the large intestine. Then it had to create a condition that only used the air side as both cleaning up and absorbing. And then it needed to coordinate the working of all this in conjunction with sharing of the soul or the energy center, and it controlled a control center called brain. So in reality, the process of the creation of physical man on this planet came out of the first interactions, and then needing systems to guarantee survival, because in the dimension of physicality, everything had to be handled in physical dimension, where in the dimension of the soul, it had to be only energy or the sun. And these two got entangled, and in the process, man was born. From the first interaction to the position of delivery of the first moving cell with the full coordination took billions of years. And according to the environment, to the availability of the materials, and in the condition of the position in respect to the angle of the planet, new creatures, new animals, new plants, and new life started. Because this planet is rich in diversity of material. And diversity of the material on this planet, if you understood, comes from diversity of the energy through the angle of inclination in respect to the sun. And in that process, all animals, those who could absorb more, found easier way to absorb more. They became bigger, they became dominant. But at the same time, even today as we speak, this process has not stopped. In the jungles of Amazon, in the jungles of South America, in the jungles of Africa, every day, due to change in the strength of the field of this planet, continuously new lives are created. When the scientists tell you they found new species of this and that, most of it doesn't go back billions of years. Due to the ignorance of understanding the process of continuous process of creation on this planet, many of them took shape a few years ago. Or many of the new animals we discover in the jungles or in the planet are the created new creation in interaction with the new fields and all the poisoning and the pollution and everything else which we have done. These are the children of us, our abuse of this planet. Life doesn't stop. and did not stop billions of years ago. Creation of diversity on this planet will last till the last second when it enters the womb of its mother. When it reunions and joins back in the life of its life with its mother. When the rain falls back on earth, the sun returns and it receives his own child as earth. Life on this planet, as we call it billions of years, is just a temporary trip, a very, very temporary trip. Has a window of the span of existence, and soon as we get pulled more and more into it, life as we see it will not exist. The condition of this planet will not allow. The new position is too close to the sun, and closer the hotter. So at this point beyond and this point within is only a window of life. No more and no less. And in this process where we are created, in this process where the whole structure is created, is a flick of a second in the life of the universe. In a way, if you look at it, it's a desert which gets rain and energy and blossoms, and you see life on it for a very short time till the heat of the sun destroys the rest. This is what we are. A short span, very, very short span. And even in this short span of few million, we choose a few years of it. In so many ways, is it worth it to live on this planet? Or we use this window and we become passengers of the universe. And even in that dimension, our lives will be a flick of a finger. And if we can use the step by steps to become closer to the origin of the light, as even our sun and the galaxies within it will move towards it, because they're in the same process as we were, as a dust on the edge of the solar system. We all come from and we all go back to the Creator. It does not matter if you are a drop of rain, if you're a solar system, if you're a galaxy, or even if you're a universe. Everything is dynamic. Everything will stand the same course, and everything is the same. And what we look at is literally this. What we call our lives, what we call the life on this planet, is a small window of opportunity where the rain has come and the desert becomes green, and soon will go back to be a desert. But in this process, when we understand that the interaction between the physicality and the dimension of the energy creates what we call intelligence. It creates diversity of energies, which in that process of life, we go back to one point. We have the ability to become energy pack in all dominions and reach the Creator. And in so many ways, will be the vice versa, as was with the sun. We went out of and we came back to. And in this process, if you could understand the condition that what we call the energy or giving of the Creator creates its own condition to be able to become part of the energy pack of the creation, then the man receives the gift of life. the gift of intelligence in its own level. A lion is intelligent as much as a tree. They communicate and understand. So when we speak about the soul of the man, the creation of the man, and the soul which can be aligned with the Creator and us to our level of understanding, is only for us, not the plants, not the animals. Man is so involved in his own hypocrisy that does not see the truth. And in this process, we evolve, depending on position we are created and how long we last. We take different positions and conditions and we dominate for certain time in that process. Mankind has lost the track of its own existence. So, in fact, what has happened in this diversity and interaction of the matter and fields, we became man, or a mammal who could think and it could use its environment. At the same time, to have interaction between its energy pack and its physical pack, we created a dominion. We call it the brain, we call it the conscious, we call it emotion. And when the mankind understood this, and when the first creator of the cycle realized this, that it is in the control of its own destiny for small environment it lives in, it has the intelligence to affect the position and the direction of the motion of the physicality, and its behavior interact to other energy packs of physicality and energy. Man became conscious of correctness. Then those who understood the direction of correctness, they understood one thing. They understood this, and they understood this. And when you understood both, then we became conscious. We became human conscious. And that consciousness created two things for us. If we understood correctly, we became to believe in what we call the energy which created us. And if we found weakness ourselves, we found intermediaries, statues, religion, and on the other hand, the strength and the path of the soul of the man. The further we became from origin, the more hypocrisy. The more we came to understand the truth and energy between our physicality and the energy pack which created us, we became fast and mature, and we did not exist within. So the first being who understood this became Mitra. It means understanding the connection between the energy and the physicality and its connection with its creator. But it had to come to that point because she was a creator herself. She was a mother. The true Mitra is in reality the first person who understood this and saw the beauty of it in what it creates. Then, in the progress of the mankind, by whisper and talk, it became a mysticism. It meant that we had to understand, and if we create a balanced connection between the energy, what we call the soul, and the physicality, which goes body of the man, and the creator, where everything comes from and goes back to, you live in harmony. And from then, others who understood this and dealt with the more illiterate people created divisions. So, in fact, we are made of what we call the matters and the states of this planet. We came from interaction of the fields of this planet, and in so many ways, we have a very short time on this moving spaceship we call planet. We have chosen different ways of, in so many ways, to control the energy or the physicality, and those who created the control of physicality went for statues, and those who went for creating and controlling the soul brought what they call religion, both imprisoning one the physicality and one the energy. With this new technology, we free man from both, because now you understand. And then in reality, you see through your eyes what we call the mitra, the origin, the first thoughts who understood the balance between the creation, the creator, and the environment which was created it. And if you look at it, that's all what Mitraism is. The creator, the created, and the environmental condition that it connects the creator to the created. Talk good, do good, and think good. And if you understood this, then you can travel the span of universe and find place anywhere at any point in the universe. So now the human race has to decide in a simple process. If this is our solar system and we are just about to reach and pass that window gap, do we want to stay there, or do we want to jump in a bigger pool? And then even then we jump into the bigger pool, and then in jumping there we join a pool which will become part of the totality of the pools. But this is the solar system and the galaxy and the universe and the unicos and the creator. The journey to this will take forever. And now we are teaching for the man to jump to this, and maybe in the very near future to this, and maybe in a distance time to this, and maybe in a much longer time to this. And maybe if you matured to the soul of Mitra, make the journey in Moko. And in so many ways, in all the what we call the galaxies and the stars in them, and all the galaxies in the universes and the stars in them, and every other aspect of their lives in every dimension, because every little planet or star has a different angle to its creator. So, in fact, they create life, but not visible to the eye of the man, because we don't see that level. We don't see what we call uniformity in energy. And then, if we take these leaps, we have to understand the totality of it. And what we teach is to give you a choice. Physical flight in the space of the solar system, physical flight in the galaxy, in the universe, and the unicos, or a combination of both in the energy and physicality, or in the recent past teachings through the energy pack. Because energy pack does not need so much transformation. It needs to be stripped of and become of the higher order strength to reach further and further. It's easier to reach the domain of the creator with the energy than physicality. Physicality takes time. Physicality needs a space of physicality. The soul and the energy needs none but of the same strength, zero time communication. As we said in other teachings, depends what field you want to travel in. Now you understand. You want the physicality in the man, or galaxy, or the universe, or universe, or the soul and energy of the creator. I come from this and I'll go back to this by my own choosing as I come from it. I have given this gift to two women in the Keshe Foundation. They have to choose to keep the path to bring mankind to this dimension as their mothers, and shall become the mothers of the creation for the dimension of the amino acid of the human race, and with it, the universe. There is one thing that you will understand soon. We teach not for mankind, but we teach for the universe, as they can diverse and travel the dimension. So the souls and the dimension of the strength of the souls will be heard by the totality. The love of Creator does not shine on a ray, it shines in a spherical shape, equal and everlasting as long as the Creator lives. In this process, as we taught you before, I want to bring in what I call enigma into your understanding. And this enigma, this what I call the puzzle point, is for you to sort, and will answer many questions when you ask many times. Are they with us? Are they part of us? Have they been here, the men of this universe and universes, to visit us? And have they taken our shape, or are we part of them? In my teachings, I try to explain in a very simple way, especially knowing that we come to this day that you have to understand. I brought Alex in a couple of weeks ago to explain to you how he makes the food. There was a purpose for this. I tell you what you understand. This is the salt and the water and the ganses, and this is the apple and the orange. And in so many ways, different fruits. As they have soul, they have transferred the energy, the taste, and the dominion on the water you drink, as you yourself are the mixture of gases and diversity of the field. Now you understand one thing more. If this is your planet, and this is its surface, and within it, we have created so much water, and even the mixture, and even your own body on it as a liquid gas. And if I am the visitor of this planet, and you was a gas water or the sea, what do you think? Haven't you received my soul? In reality, is there any difference between this and this? This being a fruit, this being the soul of a visitor of this planet. So mankind's knowledge comes from diversity of universal community and itself. It comes with its energies and beauties without interference. And if you understand this planet soon becomes the unicorns, and soon as messengers of this planet, we become that cup, and we become that orange and apple. This is why we try to put the physicality and the conduct of the man right, that when his soul, when it becomes the creator of others, is perpetual. In this process, in this understanding, in this understanding of the totality, we come to one point, and that is we need to understand, and that is we need to be able to comprehend the totality of the process, the totality of understanding the truth about ourselves and the reason of our creation, and those who have created us through the dimension of the interaction of their fields. Mankind needs to know the truth about itself, and in that process, why and how we became and what are we to become. How far and to what extent would we change? How far and to what extent we will become part of, and how far and to what extent we come to understand the reality and the truth. Maybe it's time for mankind to understand the whole process and understand every step. And then you understand, in the process of the creation, we are little souls, that these souls in time will become, according to the position of their lives, a feeder of information to the others. the feeder of new life. And if you pay a visit to another planet and universe, what would you like this cup, your cup, to give to that soul you meet? War, anger, aggression, or peace, love, and care? As I said in teachings before, what would you like the child of your soul to be? Because you become that soul, you become that food, you become that position of the transfer of your emotion. And in so many ways, if you understand it, what we've done with mankind is very, very simple. The universal community has locked you down for centuries and thousands of years because the present behavior of man is not acceptable. Because if you understand, you will infect the universe. And in so many ways, you have already infected many times. That's why we have brought everything under control. So instead of you becoming small problems and the bigger problems in the future, we have come to solve the problem as it roots, as an onset, where it starts. We know where the problem has come in creation of physicality, and we know where the mistake has happened in diversity of the energies that the two needed to come into operation. So in reality, what we are giving to the mankind is both, in both dimensions. Understanding the power of the soul of the physicality and understanding the power of the soul of the man as an energy. That in space, the two together become that formidable path. That they can stand what we call the different field strength of the universe. It is very hard to break an atom of hydrogen if you understand it's one. And it's very easy to create separation for an atom of hydrogen if you know how to introduce new fields to create the what we call the distance. And if mankind understands this, if mankind understands that it never can kill, it can never destroy, but if it needs be, it can put his emotion and the feeling and the soul to create the closeness and separation, then mankind will take off with this ethos in the universe that is available to give and is available to receive, but does not have the power to destroy, to kill. But, and one big but is this word. And what is this word? And where the difference comes. And in fact, what does the two lead to creation? In so many ways, we can choose any name for this, as we can for this. And the combination of the two needs to be to create life in order and with respect and peace. Up to now, man has been deluded of this. And now we put the order back in. Singularity has never worked because it has to create compromises for it to exist. Then you come with anything you like and anything you want and any other name in the universe. And then you create the polarity for your own satisfaction in any shape or form, in any dimension in the universe, where there is no control. And the mayhem, like on earth, creates. The perfection comes when you create balance in any name from the beginning. Then this will not exist, and man will be a man, and the rest of the creatures will stay the same, and the balance will be created. This is the change in the new cycle, not just for man, but the entirety of the creation in the dimension of the universe. In a way, we create a balance on the other end, if you understand that between the two we create harmony. And mankind should have understood something very simple. In the world of the creation of the universe, the earth and its galaxies and its universe sits somewhere here, where up to now we had this. And this new balance, this new understanding will create a balanced field amongst and across the universe. Now you understand why such a position, time and evolution in time of man at this time is to move the whole thing into a balanced position. And there is a reason for it which mankind at this moment is not open to understand. And that's what we say, from the interaction of the two, we create a new soul. That all becomes in balance and totality. The problem doesn't sit only with the solar system of the earth for man. The balance up to now sat right across the universe. A proton needs an electron to be able to keep its existence. So now we see the same. Try to understand this phase, and it'll be very difficult for many, many human beings to go through this transition. But at the same time, the beauty of this is, in this process, mankind has created many souls who become the stars of this galaxy and the universes and the universe. Now that man is educated and the man will travel the span of universe, as for example, you go from England to another country and a continent, and you see another Englishman, you say, "Oh, you're from England. Let's go to the pub and have a drink." Now in the space, you come and say, "Oh, you're a soul from the earth." Because the fingerprint of the amino acid of the man, the planet, is unique. And then you understand this planet has been creating many. And in so many ways, now that we put the totality in correct conduct, all those who've been misbehaving and the systems which have been the problem through the dimension of interaction of the origin will correct themselves. We've had too many mischievous souls in the dimension of creation. And with this move, we put everything right. But understand one thing: mankind amino acid energy sits in balance with both ends of the soul of the creator and submatter to man's submatter. So you have to be the balance between the two. And maybe that's why we chose the earth and this time and this place and this position. We choose the place and the time. And at the same time, Mitra chooses her own. The balance will come in a short time. But we don't have that much time in so many ways to pass the slide. So we have to complete in this window. And man is getting very close to this line. Or the earth is getting so close to this line. Once you pass certain position, the fall to these lines become faster. As I said before, the dinosaurs were created at this point, and the man is somewhere here. And even today, the new creation and animals and plants are created according to the level of the strength of the fields in every ring. If you understand it, if this is our solar system and this is the sun, we started the life from here, and we are forever. Every time, every year, we are circling in. The time of dinosaurs was there, and the time of the man is here. And a line to cross for no life as we know is here. This is why on this end we could see larger animals, as the pressure of the sun on earth was not that much, allow the larger. And as we go further in, we'll see smaller and smaller animals. Even a giraffe will be a giant very soon, as dinosaurs used to be when we were here. Is the compression of the magnetic fields and interaction with the pressures from the rays and the field of the sun which creates this. And it follows the laws of magnetic fields and plasmatic fields. If you increase the gravitation, the magnetical will change too, because it has to, because it dictates by the absorption of the fields from the center. Maybe today's teaching will open the eye of many to reality and to the facts. And as one of the knowledge seekers said, it's a shock to understand everything is different and Adam wasn't the first thing. In fact, Adam couldn't be because he couldn't create. Adam is a giver. Creation of life comes from the one who can create equality and balance, that all the cells, as in the womb of the mother, grow together in harmony and divide at the same time to create life. And body of the man, and the man as the giver does not have this ability to be correct, to just. When you have the cells in the womb of the mother, she does not give one to one and a little to the other. She gives equal, because she's the creator. She wants to create. And this brings a different mentality, different understanding, justice and correctness. And this is why the behavior and the womb of the mother is the true mitra, and comes with it the woman itself. I warned for many years and many years before that the next prophet, the next cycle of generation will be a woman. And now you understand why. And there is a big difference between these two. It needs a balance within itself to be correct. Otherwise, it will become arrogant and singularity. It's the same when you put with a God or the Creator. It needs balance, otherwise, it'll be the mess we've seen in singularity. It'll be very hard for many people to accept the hypocrisy they have believed in. In so many ways, the situation is very simple. When you enter a new environment, being a planet, being a galaxy, being a universe, look at the interaction of its physical fields and look at the interaction of the energy fields. And then somewhere in between, you find life, intelligence, and interaction. On Earth, we have something very strange. In the universe, when man enters, will come across another dimension. And this dimension is very different than what we have envisaged. Man will come to know and to live according to this. If you look, man's life in the periodic table sits in sub-energy atomic periodic table, which the man does not understand yet, and in what I call creator line of the energies which man is not aware of. And physicality exists in all strengths, in all levels. The physicality of the man has chosen between the lowest part, the interaction of the middle part, and somewhere a higher part between the hydrogen to zinc, plus any other bits to create a balance. So this gives a very small window, but a diversity of life with intelligence on this planet. In the other creation in the universe, which you unfortunately gonna fall into, you have this in one life, or you have this in another life, which means life will exist in the two extremities, or life exists above the field of the man, because that environment creates this condition. And then you understand how you become a virus to one or the other. You are part of their energy pack, but you are not in their physicality. And this is what I explained before, that mankind has to understand not only its physical positioning, but the energy which he has created, which we call the soul. And this is bigger problem for you when in part of the universe you get hit by a life which lives in this domain or in this domain. Or the most disaster for them is if they live in this domain, that now you become a stronger energy pack above. You become their corona. Now you can understand. And the further you go that way, the more you move towards the Unicos and the Creator. And the further you go this way, it's time of the recycling to go back. In fact, is what we said. You sit here. And now mankind is here. Then you understand why and how we have introduced, without you knowing, a new dimension. That with this, we can live the span of both. The Chinese philosophers understood. The philosophers of China, they call it yin and yang. But they could never find a way from yin to yang and yang to yin. And for the first time in understanding the construction of the life and existence, it should be easy for them to unravel and complete the cycle that their soul can live in all dominions and the structures. As they give one to the other, they become and they move to this side. And as they give one to the other, they move on this side. I explain this in a hidden way in the teachings for years. And now, maybe you understand. I said we start from fields, an interaction of two fields gives us a plasma, an interaction of two plasmas gives us physics, and the an interaction of two physics give us chemistry, an interaction of two chemistries gives us biology, and the interaction of the two biologies gives us the soul, an interaction of two souls, and then what you understand is it becomes the soul of the universe, and then the soul of the universe reaches the level of the creator, and thereon to become the same of the two to become one. And in these, there are still different levels. Now you see how we accumulate. And in that process, mankind can exist in all dimensions if he chooses, and chooses the matter state on this end and the energy state on that end at its maximum use by one of the two components. Because in fact, what you can do is the ability to put two of these together in one package that interacts. And you know how it's done in the womb of the mother. By interaction of packages of two, you created the soul or the energy back. So man is fully aware of how to move across. And if you understood this, in the universe, you can understand any energy of physical dimension. And as we'll see as I was informed by the webmaster yesterday, that today is the 20th, and next week during our teachings, or sometimes during that day, we will see the first two astronauts, Americans, to be launched back into space from United States for the first time for a long time. They fly with exact suits that we have given to you as a Corona suit. If you put your suits on next Thursday, as is received, you will feel much, much more powerful, and you can travel the deeper depth of the space without a rocket and a funny hat. This is the difference between the suit which made by the scientists of the Americans and the Russians, and the suit which you will receive, and you can wear it, and if you know how in exact condition and exact position to use it, then something interesting will happen. And I'll tell you what's going to be the interesting part. I hope, as the Chinese Team of Keshe Foundation is sending out the Corona suits today and this week for those of you who have ordered, the Americans will fly in the mask and oxygen in their funny suits on 27. And the Keshe Foundation knowledge seekers next week, they will get into the same silver suits. And by increasing their energy, you know what to do, not only for Corona, they will travel the span of universe without the oxygen. And what is at the moment the highest achievement to the lowest intelligence. Now you understand. The same material, the same shape, the same silver color. But if those of you who understood this will shine with the silver shining and with the silver lining, where our American friends still laid a rocket up their backside to push them a few meters up. As I said, now that the new enhancement units are going to start being releasing around the world, many of you, when you go in, you sign yourself. If you want to become passengers of the universe, or if you're in for a physical repair. In so many ways, the Americans will be scared of a very, 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 very tiny hole in their suits, as there'll be nothing left for them. But in so many ways, knowledge seekers and those who go into the dimension and understanding of the what we call enhancement unit, we have increased your suits to a dimension where you choose the freedom of non-tangibility. They go, takes them billions of years to cross the galaxies and the universe, and within seconds you become the travelers of universe. Now you understand where this new technology will take you. But In that conduct, you have to choose the path of peace. And if you choose the path of peace, we are on our way to open the universe to humanity. Otherwise, please book in with what I call the clowning organization and fly with the clowning suits. We're in a space, one needle will end life. Where in this system, the life is not in matter states, and this balloon will never burst because you travel with the dynamic energy of your soul. The reality will come home very soon. As I said, within maybe 6 weeks, 4 weeks, a little bit more, a little bit less, the first systems for you to enter are ready for testing. We send man to universe this way, and our American friends will send man this way. If your soul chooses, you'll make preparations for NASA scientists to bring the lab and have a champagne on the moon. You walk with the freedom of the universe. They still have to hop around in the rabbit clothes. The purpose of the universal enhancement units is what it means and will be. We can tune it to any universe you like. But you have to understand this criteria. Now, as I said, 2020 is the time of space. And the first 2 spaceships have been finished structurally. And soon you can go in it. The story of these 2 is very simple. If you remember, Americans spend over 10 million US dollar, worked for years, use 1.4 megawatt of energy, and build a huge building to achieve elusive passing 1.4 Tesla. Keshe Foundation team is spent, I think, let's say to be fair to the Americans, if $1,000, let's say to give them a bit of credibility, $10,000, few weeks, less than 12 watt, small building, and achieved 129 Tesla. This round, this is for their noise. In their space, they have spent trillions. They spend 70 years. They're using energies beyond tons and tons of megawatts we don't know. And they can only ship one guy in one small rocket. And they can only reach the space lab. We would like to be kind to the Americans and let's say 100 billion. That's nothing compared to put the rest of it in. Understanding 11 billion, 16 billion is what NASA gets for its space development. This is just past 5 years. We said the time the Keshe Foundation has come. With less than $1 million in 7 years, I think with maybe 500 watts and Space Lab, you can travel the universe. This is the American rocket technology with all its noise. And this is Keshe Foundation, the space technology. It's sitting in any living room, anywhere on this planet. We learn and we teach to travel with the energy of the soul and the physicality, and these guys are still burning fuel. And bring man to this dimension. And everything had to be in time and its due time. And everything had to arrive. Last time they shouted foul play because they fell behind. I wonder this time, can anybody hear them in the universe? Even 200 meters above Earth, nobody can hear their lies. Man travels the span of universe with the truth of his soul. Now, you understand the turning point. We delivered last time, and many times more, and will deliver more, many times more. But you got to understand, man has to live like everywhere else. Man has to keep himself busy, that his physicality does not become retired and useless. But those who travel with the dimension of the new universal unit will have one beauty with them, is that they'll be aware of a correct conduct, where the Americans never learned anything about conduct. Born an animal, die an animal, just rest up like a monkey. The more they achieve, the more they killed. Your job as knowledge seekers and man of space, the more you learn, the more you understand, the humbler you become. This is the difference between the two cultures. The more we develop, the more we spend time for peace and the pleasure of it, the more these guys built, created more death and killing. As I said to a friend of mine with an American passport, I said, soon you'll be asking for any other nationality passport except American. Very soon, mankind understands the way they run to become American, they will run away not to be American. In 500 years, they reverse the position themselves. What it was supposed to be the land of honey and milk became the land of death and destruction. And for this reason, we turn everything back, to go back to its origin where they all came from, back to Iran. And the two souls will control and bless and nourish this, the new journey of the man in space, have to work together to be able to reach that point for humanity. And with it to make one soul out of the soul of humanity in the depth of the universe. Now you understand how you became from nothingness and the ray of sun in such a short time, a full combination and man of space. A little bit of teaching, a little bit of understanding makes a big difference. When I went to Romania in 1991, after the opening of the borders, I walked into the shoe factory to clean up because the factory with 22,000 workers, 20,000 workers was trying to survive, struggle with the change of the policies and the opening of the frontiers. I saw an American guy was playing with a shoe with holes. And I went there the next day, he was still arguing about the holes. And I said to him, what's the difference between these holes you're arguing here for 2 days? He said, if these holes are spaced like this, it's chicken sandwich. I can sell many. Holes like this is chicken, excuse my word, shit. I cannot do. And I lose. I said, such a tiny little space of hole makes such a big difference for an American brain. And I learned one thing. In fact, which one would you like to be? The chicken sandwich or the other? And this sandwich is a sandwich of peace. And this we have seen what it's ended up with. In a way, if you look at it, I would like to make a puncture in your soul and see how you best, if I can. But I know with this one little hole, a speck of dust, will create the mess it's made up to be. And in between, if you're happy to be physical, I'll give you the spaceship. So, in so many ways, if you understood this, you will understand mankind has moved to a new dimension. And in that new dimension, we are moving into one direction, and in reality is to get off before we cross the line. That in time, we can find somewhere else in this universe to find a home, to establish and become peaceful? Or does the soul of mankind needs another planet now that it's matured? Would the next generation of humanity will live in the space gaps of the universe in the fields of the energies and will never choose home, as many, many other races and lives and cultures are doing in the universe? Many cultures don't have mound, many cultures don't have planet, because they themselves were created out of the fields of the energies. They are not nomads, they are highly educated, and they mainly sit, most of them, on this end of the scale. You'll be lucky even to be able to see them, to communicate with them. And these enter the dimension of the creation in the same process as others, but through the higher understanding, because they're closer to the perfection of the Creator's creation. Now you know the A to Z of your life and the total understanding of where you came from and where you're destined for. Any questions?
Thank you, Mr. Keshe. And I'll remind our attendees they can put their virtual hands up so we can let you speak. Dan has some questions in the Q&A, but I think you better address them personally because I don't quite understand. I don't understand his questions. So anyway, we have Ruthie with her hand up, and we have Ed and a couple of others. So go ahead, Ruthie.
Thank you, Rick. Thank you, Mr. Keshe, for the beautiful teaching today.
Yes, but would you like to introduce us, to tell us who you are?
I'm Lynn, also Ruthie. Which name is fun? Yeah, I'm the head of Keshe Foundation China, and I think today your teaching is so amazing. But I just have a question. I don't know if humanity is lucky or so or unlucky or so lucky, because from your teaching we know that we are in a very lower situation, or like change point for a very big change point. But compared to the whole created of the creation, we are in a very low stage. That means we have a long way to go. But at the same time, you told us like it's like we're in a very fast track. We are coming from fields from nothing, but just in a very short time of the window time on Earth, that we have the opportunity to directly go back to the origin of the creation. Like we are jumping in one go. So I don't know if this is very special on Earth like this, or the other being in other planets, or like also have this kind of opportunity.
I turned the question the other way around. You are, or your soul is one of the two souls which will destine the mankind. Which way you decide? The decision in the future of humanity and the universe in understanding of the balanced soul sits with your soul and the soul of Ella. It's a gift given. You decide. You have to decide how humanity turns from now on and sits in parallel with the soul of the Creator. So, I think that's an answer you have to give, not us. Either way, you are questioning, or you should answer your own question. Where is the mankind going to go? What is your vision? What is your vision? What do you see? Where are you taking this? Where is your other half? You too, you got to explain to us what you envisage for us, for the human race and the future of this universe. You're the creator of the new soul. You are the balanced part. How long do you want to make it for man to reach the level of the understanding of the Creator, or you want to play around for a while? What is your vision? What does your soul tell us? You're waiting then, or Ella? Universe
Yeah,
cannot stay silent and quiet.
I believe it's the time for changing and lifting all the humanity to another dimension,
Just the
because
humanity or the whole of universe?
oh yes, the whole of universe.
What
But
does your partner say? What is the other part? Where are you, Ella? Are you in the background? As I said, as I step down, you two decide and you become the teachers. You're the two blessed souls, so you offer the body and the soul, and it was accepted. So, where is Ella? Are you there? What is your vision then from your soul?
I can feel there's a kind of exciting, like to know that, or to looking forward for that changing coming. Because I don't know, from my learning before, they always say that the human body is very, like a human being, is very unusual. It's very unique in the whole creation. But I never know like how it is. But I think today your teaching explained part of that, but I need more understanding of that. And then seems like we can know that we have the soul, we have the Creator within us, within our soul. So is that means in each humanity, we have the energy pack from the creator. And that's why we are so unique. If we can recognize our position and identity as the creator within us, then we can have our capability to change the whole creation of the creator, to change the whole universe, to get the whole balance of that. And that's the balance what you mentioned, the balance between the matter created and the balance between the creator together, because we have that creator inside us. And the mature time, the change point, is the time that we will find the connection, we balance our physical soul and with our soul, and to reach the whole balance of the universe.
But where do you see the balance? You have a deep understanding of Buddhism and Taoism. And you're a balance point, the other side of the equation, as we call it. With what you had as understanding and being a Buddhist for 10 years plus, what do you see in the culture of the East that with the culture of West brings the soul of the man to new understanding? Wanglin?
Yes, for it's like the Western culture is more to the matter side, physics side, and the Eastern culture is more close to the energy pack side, because we have the tradition thousands of years of this kind of cultivation, and also like our Taoism is the beginning, and 2,000 years ago we have the Buddhism join the in our cultures. We have the like the Middle Asia, the culture to be connected, and for thousands of years, you know, it's like a Chinese Chinese culture is a merge of all kinds of culture with all kinds of small nations. And then 2,000 years ago, we joined as a one big empire. From that time, although we have facing like different times of split and being conquered with the other races, but actually the culture of China, we can embrace everything together to bring us to today. So in the past, maybe 100 years history, China is in a very like a bad situation. The nation is being bullied by different nations, and we are very poor. We are ruled by these drugs and everything. To experience that, the whole Chinese nation have this suffer, but then they know they find a way to leading the whole planets to a more peaceful way, because we experience suffer and peace is what we want. And actually in the history of China, this empire or these kings, they don't like to like war, to fighting with us. When we are strong, we always like give gifts to the small nations. So when the small nations they come to us, they give a little and they always bring back more. So I think this kind of embrace and this kind of suffering the pain, they will bring the whole like humanity on the earth to a kind of balance, and that's the Chinese traditional wisdom. But sometimes maybe for Western, they will say it's like you are easier to be bullied. But I think that's not that. That's the beauty of the Chinese culture, because we are people more in love and more peaceful.
So how are you going to take us into space now with the soul you carry? What is the destiny of mankind? As I was saying to some friends, I made a mess of it by creating the man. How are you going to clean up the mess I made between you two women? Are you still going to go the path of physicality, or do you choose the path of the soul?
I
Because
think the
it's
only
an
way is
option.
the path of the soul. The only way is that.
But it's our guideline. As I said, you two souls need time to mature to be able to do. And the beauty of it is the innocence and the clarity. And what will be the vision? Where do you see you'll take us? Are we going the fast track, or are we going to enjoy the beauty of it before we get to the destination?
I think all the souls who come to the earth is ready and prepared for that big transition, and they were united as a one to lift us in one goal.
But where do we go? Where is Ella? Is she still asleep or awake? Or is she with us?
Awake.
What is your vision as the other half of this balance?
I don't know if I can draft a vision, but I can only speak about a recent experience. And that's about when I asked if you can teach about the anger and how we can remove this from, let's say, the human behavior to begin with. And instead, the decision was to teach about the world of creation and how we came to be. And actually, the answer was in that. The answer to my question was in that, because my thought was to go in the old way, in steps, in human way. Let's first do this, then we'll do that, and then we go to the next step. But the actual explanation is that all we need is a new beginning, a new soul that will give to all the souls to guide them and to have equality in kindness and to remove that anger all at once. So we don't need to go in steps, we just need to start fresh from scratch. And if it's in physicality or in soul, I believe a component of physicality will still exist whenever a soul chooses to manifest itself in physicality. So it will be the decision of the souls. But when that manifestation happens, that physicality will not be abusive, it will not be hurtful, it will not do what we did, it will not abuse other beings. So I still believe there is a option, there is a choice for everyone to go at their own pace. But important is that this new beginning puts the base that in this new way it's no hurting, no abusing, no stealing. And it's just enjoying. So I don't think we can say that, okay, now we will all be living as souls and the physicality will cease to exist. Because in the end, every soul can choose to manifest at any point in the universe and to convert from energy to matter, from matter to energy, and to have this playful and joyful growth in both dimensions. At least that's what I see at the moment.
What will be interesting for knowledge seekers to observe in the next few weeks and months, how these two young souls will mature to run, and how these two young souls will mature to guide the humanity and the rest to the ultimate point of world peace, or what we call universal peace. Coming from two different backgrounds of the soul, it'll be very interesting to see how we watch in what we give to them from our soul to mature, to guide us and our new generation and the future generation. We heard them both for the first time, not as head of Keshe Foundation and not as the head of Chinese Keshe Foundation, but as two souls which will take us across this threshold. And in so many ways, as I said, they're in the toddling level and they have to get used to the soul they've been gifted and understand how to share the physicality and the soul together. That the new generation, new creation creates a new dimension. If I ask you one question, both of you, what takes priority today in your souls for the mankind? What is your wishes? Because from now on, whatever you wish will become done and did and acted. Which one of you wants to go first? Right?
Can you explain a little bit about your question? I'm not fully understand.
What is your vision? Where do you want to take us? Which way your soul, not the human physicality, will see us to go? Because what you decide, what you wish, as we say in Universal Council, your wish is my command. And what is our soul to follow, in which way? Because now there is a guideline, now there is a start point. It'll be very hard for a lot of people to understand this, but once they start seeing the results of your, what I call the fruit of your souls, mankind will change. Mankind is a monkey and a sheep. And this should not be. We should understand and give and elevate. What do you expect from us? From what I call the soul of humanity and the universe, to take us there. Another rhetoric, in essence, what is the language of your souls, both of you?
Yeah, my wish is the humanity really put down the arms and became united and peace. And then we bring them into the universe community and to set them free. Let souls fly.
Or what do you envisage, Ella? What is our future in the hand of you two?
At this point, I cannot say exactly, but I can only say until the next time to I just wish that everyone thinks about what they do, when they do, how they do, before they do. They just take a pause and they breathe and they think, what would my soul do? And I know that there is big responsibility for me and Lynn, but the wish also has to come from within all the souls to be in acceptance with our wish and guides. So this is why I'm just thinking maybe a soul search would be a starting step.
In so many ways, the humanity will come to love both of you and adore you for the souls you carry. And I'm sure the soul of the universe will be with you too. As two women, we brought back the balance to the reality. As I said, Mitra means a lot. If for those of you who don't understand, is the creator of the creation. And in so many ways, I hope when you two come in to explain to us next time, will be through your souls, not through words. And the first introduction always is the most difficult one, as no speeches is written, but the souls has transferred his energy. Any questions from any of the two ladies? Don't forget, soon when I step down, these two become the teachers. And it takes time to be and part of. Lynn has started teaching in Chinese, her vision and her work in the past week or so, 2 weeks. And in time, we'll hear more from both ladies. When you listen to Lynn's teachings, has a lot of soul. It's got a lot of depth because she understands a lot about the soul and balance of the souls and physicality as a Buddhist, as a trained Buddhist, not by name. Does anybody have any questions would like them to explain?
We have quite a few hands up here. We have Ed, I'll allow you to speak, and we've got Marinez and Svetoslav.
Which one has a question to ask the two ladies?
Okay, I'll let them all have the opportunity to speak.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello, everybody. Thank you, sir. I have a sort of a completion of what dear Lynn said, which I really feel a lot of love for her. She said, I don't know what's special about us. I think human being is like a child, naughty child, but he's able to compassion and to adore, which is different from love, and give passionately. As an Iranian, I know what it says, that people can give passionately, and that's, I think, what makes us different from other beings in the universe. I think it's a grace of love, it's grace of passion given to us, which is our force. when we believe something is right and we have compassion and empathy with that, and then we give completely.
Are we ready to give completely? Is the human race ready to give completely?
Why not? Oh. Another thing was another subject that she said also, when are we ready to become like that? I think with the level of elevation that man has had, and these weeks we will give them, he can create by himself the condition to decide which way he wants to go, this way or that way. I think humanity decides by itself and creates the condition itself because it's partially elevated. And if they realize they get to that point, they create the condition that they decide, and I hope they make a good decision. Probably they make a good decision.
In so many ways, it's a responsibility, or not a responsibility, but it's a duty or an honor to be in that position to create the condition of peace through the gifts of the soul, by both one and by humanity. And maybe in the coming time, when these two souls mature in a very short time, we'll see new dimensions. And I think today we hear more from their physical understanding than their soul, as the souls who know the universal community as a whole within them needs to shine.
I think because of that compassion, which the grain of compassion which the Creator has created us with, that maybe one of these groups of people who are unconscious in like a drunk person in a game, they see a picture of a baby or a youngster dead, really, with all the stomach out, and they feel that is looking like his son or his daughter, and they change, they transfer, they understand what they are doing, and without their knowing, they change their way, and goes like that. I count again on that grain of compassion in every soul, even though they are playing the games by too much power or too much whatever physical possibilities. I still count on that grain of compassion. One day they wake up, we do our job, and that happens.
I think that responsibility falls on the shoulder of the two to work on both ends as foundation does, with the leaders and on the grassroots. Thank you very much, Magnus. Is there any other words?
I have a question, Mr. Gesh,
Yes.
about Trinity, if you want to answer, if you don't mind. I like to ask, because you talked about Trinity, where does this Trinity of mind comes from? Where did we start to be together? What can he do or she do in my life, and I can do with that I can better develop myself?
I think the pure example of the Trinity is in front of you between the two ladies.
But are they aware of me?
You are part of them as much as they are part of you. In so many ways, mankind has got to learn a new understanding. And do we choose to listen to the twin souls of us, and then with it, receive from the twin souls that itself as a twin. You got to understand from now on is the balance, is not singularity. Because singularity was made to dictate. Singularity was not made to accommodate. Even when we have a twin soul, why do we have a twin soul? Because it's there to accommodate. What we can't do, it does. And what we can do, we do. And this is what it comes to and what it'll be there. And then when as twin we cannot do, what do? We ask for another person, another side who knows more to help. And these two souls become part of, and the twin souls of them will complete the process. And this is a new channel, what I call the life of the universe. In time, you will understand this. In time, mankind will understand the beginning of the new change.
And has there been before in the history of man this sort of combination?
Up to point of creation, no. That's a change too.
We are copying the universal community.
No, we are learning to bring balance in. Any other question? Thank you.
Yes,
Any
you've
other
got Ed is waiting here, and Stefania. Yeah.
Hello, this is, you can hear me, I hear. I have two systems going and I have a lag between the two.
You
Hang on,
better
let me
switch
just,
one out, please.
okay, is this better?
Yes.
Okay.
Where are you from?
I'm from Indiana, Bloomington, Indiana in the US.
Yeah.
My original question was not addressed to Lynn and Ella, but since that is our focus right now, I guess I have more of a comment and would like to state it and see if they could clarify it. I love both of these ladies so much as I hear them speak and have introduced themselves in the past couple of weeks. And from Lynn, I get the direction that we are ready for a change more into the soul level and to develop along those lines, a radical change. And from Ella, I get that as well, but it seems to be more that she would like to see the physicality change to be more influenced by the soul with its kindness and its love, and for us to go that direction of experiencing that somewhat. I was wondering if that is correct.
That's why they were chosen this way. One from the east and one from the west. Any comments from any of the ladies? You got to understand, we put both of them on their spot today. They were not expecting such a thing. But I warned both of them to be ready as they become the guidelines and the teachers. They have to speak through their soul, not to write and think. And it'll take time. As always to say, tell both of them, you need to mature. And to get to the position of maturity needs a lot of understanding through the soul and not the physicality. And as you said, you see it clearly in the first times. Any other question? Any comments from you, Lynn or Ella? In a coming time, we'll leave the teachings of Thursday teachings gradually to one or the other lady, or combination of the two, with me part of it, that we go through a transition of time of teaching.
进入到
That was a Chinese word. Any other question?
Okay, we have Stefania up next, and then Sviatoslav. Stefania, I think, has a question from a person in the Italian community.
Yes. Can she find the button?
I think
Yes.
she's got it there. Mhm.
Yes, good morning, Mr. Cash. Good morning. I have a question from Sabrina. She's the fire lady, the one I told you about.
Yes. Has it got to do with this teaching today, or is something else?
I will ask her. I think it's something to do with the vision of the new world. What she asked on her vision. Sabrina, do you want me to, because you didn't write it, Sabrina, puoi parlare così traduco?
What happened?
Yeah, she's making the question now. Vai Sabrina?
Io non ho una domanda da fare, volevo solo ringraziare il Mr. Cash per quello che ci sta insegnando e per averci fatto trovare il mio posto nel mondo, perché pensavo sempre...
Aspetta che lo dico. She said she actually is not really a question. She just wants to thank you for what you are teaching right now, and in this way she find her place in the world. Poi vai Sabri.
Ho sempre pensato che ero venuta qua in questo mondo perché mi sentivo diversa, ma volevo sicuramente potevo cambiare qualcosa in questo mondo, e ora lui ci ha dato lo strumento.
Ok, aspetta. She said that when she came to this world, she wanted to understand why she was here, and she always felt like herself, like she was a little bit different. But she, by listening your teaching, now you give her the tools to make the change. Vai Sabrina.
La mia visione è che sicuramente ci siamo moltissime belle anime nel mondo e l'abbiamo visto in questo bellissimo gruppo che io e te siamo come sorelle e non ci siamo mai viste fisicamente, che Lara e Ivo ci stanno trasmettendo tante belle cose, che con Filippo sembra un mio fratello, Marco lo senti con la sua bella voce che ti trasmette tanto e quindi lo volevo ringraziare per tutto questo.
Sabrina, scusa, cos'è che hai detto prima di queste anime che non ho sentito, non ho capito?
Quando siamo unite.
Anime unite, senti questa unità.
Io e te ci amiamo come se siamo due sorelle, non ci siamo mai viste. Lo stesso con Ivo e Lara, con Lisa, con Marco. Siamo già una grande famiglia e già quando ci colleghiamo per innalzare le altre anime, io lo sento che questa cosa succede veramente.
Adesso lo dico. Sì, lei sta dicendo che, sorry, she said that since she's been part of this the Cash Foundation, she and learning about this knowledge, she really feeling being united through all the souls, and she really felt this unconditional love from, for example, for the Italian community. For example, dealing with me and Ivo and all the people of the Italian community, she really can feel this expansion and this union between all the soul, even all over the world. And she really, when we elevate others, like for example, when being elevating the politician, and she really feel that, she really feel this really happening. Vai avanti, Sabrina.
Stefi, ora me lo saluti e gli dico una cosa per farlo ridere. E ogni volta che faccio il compleanno, io ho sempre detto: non vi preoccupate, tanto io vivrò 300 anni. E tutti mi prendevano per matta, e ora mi ha dato uno strumento per vivere 300 anni. Quindi
She said that now she will tell something will make you a little bit smile. She said, every time I had a birthday, I always said to everyone that I will live more than 300 years. And everyone thought I was a little bit mad. But now, thanks to this technology or this knowledge, now I have the tools to make that possible. So I just want to thank Mr. Cash.
Thank you very much. Any other question? Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, we've got Swetoslav. Would you like to go ahead? You should be able to speak there now.
Thank you, Rick. Hello, Mr. Cash. I think the whole point of existence, being the soul, being the physical body, is to gather knowledge. With the knowledge, we can change the whole universe. And I think when lots of people see the spaceship or some other thing from the Keshe Foundation, they will start to teach and to learn the technologies, and they will elevate, and we are going to change the situation in the planet, in the universe, in the better way. And the creator who create us will get the knowledge of our knowledge, and we will have his knowledge and love and care, if I can say that. So my question is, if we use the free plasma to energize the water, will be the same effect as the gas in the water?
I don't understand.
As we know, if we put the gas in the jar and we put the water and we drink, this is the best water, as I can say. If we
Well, you are planning to jump in the swimming pool and drink from the pool.
No, I mean, because lots of people, when they put the gas in the jars and they start to drink, they drink the gas, and the gas is depleted. And I'm searching a way to energize the water in the same quality as the gas is in the water, in the same jar, if I can say. And I think the free plasma between, let's say, 5 milliliters and 10 milliliters, it creates free plasma, right?
What do you mean?
If you put the jar with water between the gas, which one container is filled with 10 milliliters of gas, and in the other side is 5 milliliters, between them, they will create a free plasma. So the free plasma will be in the jar, if I can say that. And the
Yeah.
free plasma will energize the water in the jar, and we can drink the water without swallow the gases if we put directly the gas in the water. Is that correct? Correct.
I still don't understand what you're trying to get at.
My question is, if I create this and start drinking the water, will be the same effect as in the gas is in the water? Because in one of
If Rick, can somebody explain to me?
Well, that question's been answered before, Mr. Kesh, and somebody suggested, what if we just put GANs in a jar and put the jar in our water? Won't that create the same effect for
No, it
the
doesn't.
virus and so on? But it won't. It doesn't have the same field effect as having the GANs actually in the water, and it's been explained several times that way. Although you can have some effect with it, it may not have the field strength that's required for certain
Isn't the free plasma is the stronger than the both of them?
So then your soul would be stronger than all of it, and you wouldn't need any of that physicality, correct?
Mm.
That
Yes.
would be my answer. What do you think, Mr. Kesh?
Because the soul, the free plasma is the soul, if I can say that, and he's stronger than the gas by itself, right?
Depends what you mean by stronger, I suppose.
More
Is it the
energetic.
stronger GANs that kills the virus, or is it the GANs that the virus gives its energy to that
Doesn't
kills the
matter is
virus?
doesn't matter what kind of gas. The energy is more stronger than the gas itself, correct? The free plasma between the two gases is more stronger in the strength.
No, I think you're confusing and mixing too many things. But once you have the source and you take from the source, what water you take from the source continuously supplies into the field. But once you take your water from the source and you give it to the others, has no source to add to it, so it loses its energy. And this we have answered, as Rick said before, that you cannot take without the source. This is why even in the new announcement we made yesterday, and we're trying to put it into the international, all the international channels of the Keshe Foundation regarding the corona. We follow the same line of understanding of changing what we call the new protocol. And I think that's where you asking the question, and Rick answered you directly. Thank you very much. Any other question?
Thank you.
We have Jeanette. Would like to go ahead?
Good morning, Mr. Kesh. This is Jeanette Orozco from the Spanish community. There's two questions. One is related to the teachings of today. The other one is not. The first related says, could you please ask if this new step into the reconnection with our souls is through the transformation, the conscious transformation of the hydrogens that we assimilate in the physicality?
As we always say, everything in the universe, even if you become wise enough, even the energy fields of the soul of the creator has a measurement, because then we can see how much and how far it can expand. So everything has a measurement, and even the soul of the man. Because if it didn't have measurement and value, the soul of physicality would not have been able to capture it or to engage it. So if mankind understand this, mankind can create a condition that can free his soul without anything, without death. Because if you can create a field around the soul of the man that has no dimension, interruption or imprisonment by the brain cells or combination of the cells in the brain of the man, then it would have been free. It's amazing how, when I look, is very simple understanding, and it is, if you remember, I think John from Arizona went to this head on, but he never got to understand what it was heading for, and it's all. A lot of people try to do this. If this is your understanding of your brain and understanding why if you go back to the teaching, we explain why you have the split brain due to the copper compounds in our body. Physicality has forced the brain to split. Physicality and the field forces of the planet has forced the brain. If was not so, if we didn't have the physicality of the copper and the gravitational field forces of the planet, most probably, the brain of the man would have been this shape in respect to the soul of the man. The gravity has pulled and has created a physical condition. And in that pull and in the condition of physicality, with the existence of the copper has created a split. So it has, we taught this years ago in the teaching. So our soul would have been in this shape. Our soul would have been the center, would have been the sun, the same way. You'll find out, especially as we travel into space, the physical appearance of the entities which are far away from central gravities is without arms and legs. They take any shape because it depends what field brings them. This is one of the first things you see, life like a jelly shape. And the minute you enforce a gravitational field on it, it has to take shape and respect it. Even though it has its own soul. It's us in the position of the gravitational field of the earth that we have created the body of the man. And the presence of being able to handle the position of the physicality, not to fall. You can be, imagine if you were just one leg, you could not hop, you were just like a tree. In a condition of creating a balance in 2 legs or 4 legs, whatever you call it, it needed copper to be part of it. That's why copper is part of our muscle tissue. It creates that division of the split of balance. So if we take the copper away, and we take the gravitational field forces of the body of the man, a man could create in the space, in the diversion, and in the shape of the womb of the mother. If you look, the fetus stays like this. Because it's a dynamic shape, it's centralized. And the same is with the soul of the man, like a sun. So this position and this understanding will open man's eyes into a lot of new knowledge into space. It'll become a more balanced thinking. It's a more balanced emotional reaction. You'll find out in depth of the space, the races which can convert and commute between the two in a dimension of non-physicality always will be like this. They can interchange, show themselves, and disappear. Depends what is the purpose of it. But you still feel their forces. In the coming time, mankind will go this way. It's what the fields of the environment dictates our manifestation, presentation, even our condition and our emotion. We see this, we know this. This is what has made us different cultures, but we never looked at it. As we hear, Lynn has a deep, deep understanding of Chinese culture. I know her, I spent 2 years with her in China. And she's very much deep into understanding of nature of China, nature of her own nation, the reasons why. And going deep into philosophy of understanding, she's more attuned into emotion. The Chinese have that kind of mentality, that the emotion has more, and mainly is not what the environment has done and what they call it, the environment has done to them, is mainly because of the environment and what they have been forced to, what they're accustomed to. And we see Lynn on the other side, very much emotionally, very much connected to what the souls will do. When you look at Ella comes from the West. She's very much connected to the matter states. Logical has to have a meaning in the physical dimension. And if you look at it, we already see that position of the soul of physicality and the soul of the man. It's very clear. And if you understand this, the more we become detached from it, and the more where we live in a condition of environment and in a condition of the way we have been brought up, we have featured ourselves that way. Our environment, be it social, be it geographical, has created us. And we are not immune from it when we go into the depth of the space. This is why these two souls will work in absolute harmony. When one lives in the dimension of physicality, the other one covers the soul, dimension of emotion, dimension of the energies of the universe, and vice versa. And they will learn from each other. In the dimension of the soul is no school to go to. You don't need to talk. And this is what you will understand very soon. Mankind will have one of the very biggest shocks is when mankind learns to travel and be detached or move away from the physicality push and the pulls of this planet. It won't be in a spacesuit anymore that you can do all sorts of things with it. It will be in the shape of what I am. We have a beautiful saying, Farsi, if you translate it into the poetry of the language. It says, it means if you don't want to stand out, become part of the crowd. If you want to survive in the space, you have to understand the place, the position, and the culture, and the environmental pressures, environmental energies. I think one of the biggest shock which will come to mankind, a lot of you, and I mean a lot of you are gonna have a shock with this, is, you see, you stand on a traffic jam, or you're parked in a traffic jam, and you see a car coming. What do? You move to accommodate for the car to pass, because it's so slow or it's coming, you can overcome it. But, and this is what we have now with rocket space technology, is so slow that all the souls above us, they say, look, these humans are coming with a little move away. They are coming with their donkeys and they think they're super speed. So we haven't interacted in physical dimension. Even with those who live above us on earth, we are only concerned about the donkey and cat and the fish. We have never looked into the souls and the lives above us. And these souls are so away from the earth, gravitational field forces that never needed to create their own manifestation of physicality in the dimension we do. The clouds are nothing in this level compared to where they are. Clouds are the last level of the conversion. The highest level of conversion to matter state you get is the clouds. Why do we have the clouds? Why do the clouds have a combination of the oxygen? Oxygen is the gravitational field pulled to the earth with the highest, what do you call, with the lowest energy, or the first element. We tie the hydrogen down with oxygen. We need you to hold on there because we take your energies. And what you see at the highest level of what we call the clouds is the last points that matter states can be created in respect to gravitational magnetic field of the earth. Above that, to the upper atmosphere, still there is a gravitational field force of the earth. There is a protection of the fields of the planet, and the lives live there. They don't have the bones, and they don't have what you call, you want to tangibly hold them. They're like jellyfish. And now as the Americans fly or the Russians fly and go to atmosphere, it's just a bunch of little people coming, so open the space for them. Now that you start traveling with the strength of the soul of the man, you are a rocket. Watch who you are running over as you leave. They exist. They're amongst, we are made of them, because you know why? I've said many times before, we are the bottom eaters. We have, as I've said many times, we have the bottom eaters of the seas. We are the bottom eaters of the air. What falls of the energy we pick up. We are not on top of everything. We are the bottom of everything in respect to the fields of the earth. Now that you start traveling and understand this, you better watch who you touch. You will understand very soon when you end up in one of these big jellies. You think I'll end up in a new planet. No, darling, you haven't even left Earth. You got yourself jammed. We know they exist. We have seen them. There are videos and videos in different ways of national security with NASA, and some of it in public. Then the worst thing for you is when you leave the earth, there exists the same of a higher order outside the earth, in the galaxy. So how do you manifest yourself? If you understand this and you want to stay, I want to be with earth. I don't want to leave earth, but I don't like the physicality and the food and the work. So I change, I live in this level. You have that option now. You still can be connected if you understand the dimension of the soul. That's the strength you carry. You are conditioning yourself to environment. You can still feel the emotion. You can see still the beauties of the oceans and the mountains. And if you choose, you have options come back. You just don't want to be in the physical condition of being sick and everything else which goes with it. Now with the new technology, now we're understanding this, you have the option. But if you die because of corona or whatever, the option is out of your hand. Has a gravitational magnetic fields, and in that process, in the unicos, he has a field match that he has to find his position in. So in this environment of beyond in the galaxy, you decide to manifest yourself. You have to understand the strength of the field doesn't need to be a planet. You don't need to have a city to have a picnic. You go in the fields, in the open spaces. You have a connection with Earth, and everybody knows you're here. We'll have a party at this position because this is my GPS, this is my strength. You're all connected to me. You know where I am. At that point in the universe, in the unicos, in the galaxies, even above Earth, you can have your party. If you decide to manifest yourself to those who are observant to your energy and are part of you. The game has changed if the mankind understands. And don't forget, nobody jumps into one end. It takes time. It takes time to bring things in one step at a time. And a lot of you, those of you who mature to this, you jump. I go into the soul of the man. And I've said many, many times, I had this battle many times with Caroline. She says to me, I know what you're doing. Don't do that. Don't go inside. You see them as they are naked, but they don't see what you see. Nothing is hidden to us. But I still play the game, otherwise I have nothing left to do. Because I create a condition of environment of your soul. I'm in it. I know which president is lying and cheating. Do you want me to open up their voice box? But we have to let the course of the life lives. Just because we can do it does not mean we have the right to do it. I cannot steal, but I can be witness. When I sit within the emotion of Ella or Lynn, I know exactly what they think. I know exactly what they feel. I can elevate in 1 second, or any of you, but that's not my job. Because they have to go through the process of taking in a correct way and giving in the correct way to elevate the totality. I don't need the spies. I already live within. I know the know-how, I know the technique. This is what is spooking a lot of world leaders. I know what they're up to. So I change according to the position. And because if you remember what I taught you a few weeks ago, when you put a magnet, magnet doesn't have one line. You see all the lines of this. So I can be at any time and everywhere. Just need to tune to the strength of. This is my capability because I've created it. But I still have to play the fool. They rob from the foundation, they lie, they betray, they're adulterous, everything else I see. But I always say, the souls have to accommodate. We don't steal, but they know what we need, they accommodate. What is my pleasure is for them to accommodate as I accommodate their pleasure. This is what mankind will understand. I can manifest physically inside any soul, anywhere, because all I need to do to become lower than their soul, then I become the dimension of their physicality. I can become worse than and better than anything they can imagine. But the worse creates fear, and the fear is not the point and the attributes of the Creator. Now you have that option, especially the two ladies. They cannot lie because they'll be as transparent. I said many times, when you see members of Universal Council, the true Universal Councils, you will see them as a light. If you can see them as a light, these two ladies will shine like a star. But they need is the beginning of a star being born. They are twins, and they with it, they bring the balance, and they are twin themselves into another. Then we'll see the shine, we'll see the light. If you look in the universe, we have a twin. If you look at the pictures from NASA, one of the first things you realize is the extent of the twinity. Just look. If you look, you should have realized this a long, long time ago. When we see the shape of the universe, they always give us like this. They don't give us our universe like this, because the universe itself has a twin. And that shape gives it shape of universe. And this is what you're going to see the change. Up to now, the universe as a unicos was like this, and functioning of it was not easy. Now, with the presence of these two souls, we create this, a balance. It was very hard, in a way, if you look at it, to put these things inside the sphere. Now, they fit perfect inside this shape, because they can take the shape of it. The changes are a lot. Mankind doesn't understand, but those who are above understand. So when you leave and you sit in these new enhancement units, which we have made for you to start gradually understanding it, remember one thing, the shape of it you see. When your soul becomes a twin with the system and you take that path, be careful you don't hit no one. The Americans that are backwards, they're accommodated, you go too fast, be careful you don't hit anything. Because your speed is too high. And secondly, very few mankind have managed to cross that line. This is what is to come. This is what the new understanding is. And this is what you have to understand. Game has changed. And each one has to stand his own term and condition. Now you understand more. Now you have no choice. You know, you call it crash course in management. This is a crash course in soul management, which for past millions of years, mankind never understood. You are responsible for it. You have made it. And from now on, these twin souls are responsible to set the course for the totality. It took me a long time to bring this soul here. A long, long time. I told Caroline years ago, this is not coincidental and it's not something just you think is there. So you got to understand, now you have more or less gradually getting the tools, the guideline, the guidance for your souls. In a way, when I put you in the enhancement unit, I'll give you an option. Repair the physicality. I want to stay here. Elevate the soul. And I want to be around here. And show me the guidelines. I want to go for a long trip. One of the first things which we got you to do without you knowing is you signed the World Peace Treaty. You committed yourself to peace. We gave you the freedom of the planet. You commit yourself to universal peace. We give you the universe. You signed to it. The first one you signed with a pen. The next one you sign with the pen of your soul. And you have the twin souls and the soul of the Creator to guide you. Then you can see the beauty of the universe and universe. Some of you is beyond your understanding, and some of you in a short time will reach the furthest point, not only in this universe, but across the universe. Acceptance of the truth and abiding by the law of the universe is the only key. I suffered long enough to bring this soul here, and from it to start a new creation, a new cycle. As I said, we can watch you all till you give us this planet free of human beings. Doesn't take long. And your leaders are accommodating it faster and faster. I never thought we'd have such incompetent leaders across this planet. But in a way, it's a gift to us. If we do it, we interfered. If you do it, you've done it yourself. You can't blame anyone. You created the virus, and now you're depopulating yourself. Soon there'll be none. Even those who thought they're immune, they didn't immune themselves with the energy and the physicality which this virus will show. We have two gorgeous souls, and we have a beautiful planet empty to enjoy. All those souls who come with us and change, accept the change and live within the change, with the ethos of the universe. My job is done. You're not aware of what I brought you, and soon goes the same. Just because there is no man, this planet will stop creating its beauty, the mountains, the valley, the sea and the oceans. No factories to pollute, and no animals to disturb the peace. If we were after the planet, we know how to do that long time ago. But we want to share, we want to guide, and we want to start a new cycle. We have much more powerful viruses than What do you have as corona? As I said, one, it is in our daily breakfast, because we live off the higher order energies. So it's very easy. Your leaders are making life much easier for us. Much, much easier. I never thought we'll find as the stupidest leaders in America than the other places. You open your doors to viruses, now everyone to mingle. Thank you very much. I was explaining, let me explain to you something, what's going to happen. The biggest mistake your governments and your leaders have made, and you thought you're free, is this. You know, it's a typical what they call English school time. You go to school in September, you have brought all the disease of where you went in summer with your cousins and everywhere else you travel around the world into the classroom. Now you brought from everywhere in. So the first, second, third week of school time is always, you see, depletion. Many children go sick because now they have to get used to all this, the new ones which the different people brought in. And then you hit the Christmas, which is a cold time, and you go for 2 weeks holidays. What do? You go and see all the cousins you haven't seen and everything else, and you come back to school. By tradition, the first week everybody's in, second and third week, many sick, because now they have to get used to all these viruses they brought in. And then we go to April. Again, we see the same gap. And it repeats itself, the same kids come back to school the next year, we cycle, because the virus is changing, the illnesses. So kids usually miss 1 or 2 weeks, flus and everything else. And what they say, always a flu going on in the school, because these are the viruses we got from the ways we travel around the world and everything else. Now, your leaders are making the same, what I call English education system. They let you loose to get infected. They locked you down. Many of you died and got sick. Now they're opening the borders for you to go out and to go shopping. Every one of you had disease from other places. Now you come in, they open the door, you're all going to get sick. And then they're going to open, like European community, you will hear very soon, we're all going to get sick, we all have the disease. So in Europe, we don't need quarantine, because if you want to go for 2 weeks holiday in Spain and you have to stay 2 weeks in a hotel, it's no good to go to holiday. So we open it up. And so what we're going to get, a massive increase of Italian version, the Spanish version, and everything else version. Hit you. Death rate will go up. Massive. That will put another cap on it. Then you open internationally, and more or less by then, 40% of your population will be infected and dead. The worst thing your leaders did is to open up. It's the story of English school. You will see it. And we have seen it. The governments now, they tell you corona has reduced. Now they opened up, it's increased, because they only consider corona as a lung infection, not at the rest they're hiding. And by opening, we have gone from 30 a day in some nations to 100 in less than a week. And nobody dies. We see this especially how much lie sits in the deception of it. Italy, dying in huge numbers. Germany has a problem. France has a problem. And funny enough, smallest nation, Austria, shows nothing. Do the viruses have a borderline? Or somebody is lying, as is the habit of the government? The same with the Scandinavian countries. How come they're dying like flies in England and nothing happens here? Somebody is fiddling with something. Because you have to go, we have no money to give you. You have to exist because there is no money in social services and taxes to pay. They open the doors. We'll see a massive, massive, massive increase. Not the long is finished. The virus has evolved. They're fooling you. Heart attack, brain hemorrhage, amputation of the legs and arms, pain in the bones, and in the next 6 months, a year, cancers in a large order. We don't need to occupy this planet. You're already doing it yourself. And this virus, because it's amino acid connected, will touch the plants, the animals, the fish, and everything else. We're going to get a virgin, beautiful planet. We waited billions of years. You think a couple of years or 50 years will make much difference to us? We have two gorgeous souls and a beautiful park to enjoy. We didn't do it. Your leaders are doing it. And from this heaven, we can show the beauty of the creation to the rest of the universe. Now you understand what is to come. Your leaders are absolutely incompetent. And on top of it, they have a more incompetent person called Mr. Gates, who have enticed them with the banks, which their dead body has no use for. Now you understand. You should, I hope, will understand. In so many ways, as I've said before, you thought the boat of Noah was a joke. You have to decide if you want to be the passengers of it. Now the earth is reaching to that point. In the talk of the two today, you get one message. If you go deep enough, peace will give you that position to be a passenger. And you decide you want to go physical travel or a soul travel. Any other question?
We've got Ike that's been waiting, and then Nikolai and Liliana.
Sorry, Mr. Keshe, there was another question from the Spanish group. but it's not
Yeah.
related to the theme. Would it be okay for me to do it?
Leave it till next time, please.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Yes.
Hello, Mr. Kesh.
Hello, yes. Introduce yourself, please.
My name is Ike. I'm from Los Angeles.
Yes, Ike.
I got a question. I was trying to ask you that question last time. Since we are learning to get to the balance, on the onset, we deviated from the soul and focused more on the physicality. To get to the balance, would it be appropriate to learn our activities of daily living in terms of having this soul alternative to the physicality activities of daily living that we're used to?
What do you mean?
I'm not sure how to put it, but I'll give an example. We know how we eat, we know how we interact with people in terms of our physical nature. But if we are to get to the balance, and we have to start learning on the soul level, is it possible to learn the soul level on how we interact with people, on how we eat, and how we do that? Is this something possible to do to get to the soul, to get to the balance faster?
What do you mean by that?
I want to know how we can get to the soul, to learn how to get to the soul quicker. Since we are used to our physicality, so why isn't it possible, or isn't there a way that we could learn an alternate of our physical ways in terms of the soul? We get a soul alternative to our physical way. So we have the like two left, it's like the left and right. The left is the physical way of doing things, and the right is the soul alternative.
Oh, you're like the others, you want a shortcut. No shortcut, you should have learned it billions of years while you were here.
So that's considered a shortcut.
That's called the cheating. Tell us how. A lot of people like to know that. A lot of people take a lot of time to know that. You had plenty of time, millions of years. You allowed, in the name of God and religion, to cheat your soul. That's your problem. You abuse your soul with your physicality because you listen to a lot of fallacies. The soul didn't.
Understood.
So it's now you know it's your turn to, you see, you have to accommodate the two, and I mentioned it just now, if you listen a few minutes ago. Even these twin souls have to learn to accommodate each other in peace and harmony. And one become the creator of the other, and the other one becomes the savior of the other. And it's the same in our lives. It's the same with the soul of the man and the physicality of the man. If mankind wanted to take everything, mankind would have taken everything. But mankind decided to cheat and go back, and I keep on repeating from the very first teachings, always said physicality is the leech on the soul of the man. Gets a free ride and gives very little for it. You provide 80% of my living, and I just give very, very little to do the rest myself. I'm hanging on you because I'm not letting you go because you're a good 80% now. And this is what mankind has done to his soul. In so many ways, most of the universal physical dimensions do this. But it's done in different ways, it's done in a totally different understanding. But mankind has perfected the art of thieving, engaging, and destroying and killing to get what? Why do man kill? Why do we destroy? Why do we kill an animal? In reality, we're taking energy to engage that energy we have engaged. We kill for it, at the same time, in its name, we imprison it. It's a very good political prisoner, isn't it? But this time we have to understand what we've done. We go kill animals to take energy, that 20%, which he provides the other 80%, and we burn it with more to make a thicker cage and to engage it more. Why does the soul chooses the point of death? And why does it work so hard to get to that point to free itself? We say we got old because the time comes that soul has gathered enough, you've done enough abuse. When a man learns not to kill and man learns to live with a peaceful way, as has been the wish of the two ladies, man will change shape, the appearance, the way of thinking, the way of looking, the way of understanding. And if you go back to many teachings past, if you look at the Indians and the Pakistanis, and even though up to 1,000 years ago, they used to be the same, look the same, feature the same, and by just changing of the food, you have seen the change of the physicality. The same place. And if you find a ruthless group like British that notice the difference, they said, you look this way, we call you Pakistan. You look this way, we keep you India. So how what we take from this planet dictates how we look, even if we live in the same place. So how do we do it? How do we go to understand this? We are prisoners of our environment and prisoners of our own needs. So, which energy do we want to take more? Or what happens when we don't kill anymore? And what will happen to our future? Would we become all peaceful? Very soon, I will show you how all of you can feed yourself without ever touching another being. In a way, the biggest problem for man is to feed himself. And as I said, if we fill the oceans of this planet with all gases, that he has enough energy to feed all mankind, you just need to go to the ocean and the sea and just take a glass, a cup, a bucket, and you're fed. And if you understand that we created the clouds and the rain, we have no problem to feed you, as 80%, 90%, 70% of the air you breathe is the moisture. As you breathe, we can feed you. Then what would be the ultimate if you're fed? What will be the ultimate if we create the rains that creates the shelter of warmth? Even doesn't matter, summer or rain or winter. Then would that elevate your soul? In a coming time, we'll show you how to do it. In a way, we started it without you knowing it. In a way, we have shown the path. And if you go back on the teaching, I told you the Chinese did some time ago. They start pouring ganses into the oceans, into the rivers around China Sea. In a way, many of you are doing, and in a way, when we go out with the corona, we go out with everything else, and with all the ganses, then what would be the next step? You have to do it to reach it. We can't do that. Because it's your term, it's your condition, it's your environment, and it's your planet. Next question.
Nikolai, could you go ahead, please? Hello, Nikolai. We see your microphone's opened, but not hearing any sound.
Oh, is that better?
We still
yes.
keep to nearly 4 hours. Yeah.
Can you hear me, Rick?
Yes, we hear you now.
Okay.
Go ahead.
Hi, everybody. My name is Nikolai. I'm from Vancouver, Canada. I had a number of questions, Mr. Keshe, but as I was listening, many of them have fallen away. And so the one question that I wanted to ask is in reference to a few weeks ago, you mentioned the virgin birth, which would happen in a coming time. And so my question is in regard to the role of the men on this planet. And how will that change? Will we be in a position to perhaps let go of the monogamous relationship of loving and kissing and holding and all the rest that we've been so used to, and move into a condition where we support all the women in a different way, and how that might have an effect on our growth as a humanity and moving forward?
You have to understand the difference between the virgin birth and the physical birth. And in so many ways, we give birth to physicality, to the dimension of physicality. And a virgin birth comes that you give birth to the soul, and the soul decides its own presence at the time and the place. And if we understand the difference, we will be very, 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 very well educated. It's hidden in writing. I mean, I don't need to tell you, because this is the problem with you understanding, and not you as a, but I'm talking as a human. You listen only to the part which suits you, and in parts. You're talking about the virgin birth, and then you talk about the Son of God. Where do you miss? What did you miss? Did God create himself in the dimension of physicality to create the child? Or is it by the right of the energy of the birth? Did, if you call it the Son of God, did God come, made himself in a physical manifestation, sneaked in, made the pregnancy and disappeared? Or is it, in fact, the complete understanding of the energies, the beauty of Creator manifests itself in Christ? Or in fact, if you know the truth, the original virgin birth came from Mitra. Mitra is original, was born from a virgin birth. And when they wrote the Christianity, the Romans changed the Mitra to Christ. And because Mitra was a woman born from a virgin mother, then didn't the Christ come from the same path, same way? So what we call about the virgin birth comes from the dimension of the soul or the energy. And then the Christ soul decided to manifest itself in the dimension of physicality, resurrection of the energy. And he did the same thing because he came that way. He knew how to disappear when they put him on the cross. A lot of you had the mystery of how he could do. He came that way. I can make any woman pregnant in no time through understanding of the transfer of energy from million miles kilometers away. Because I know how we have the knowledge. But when that soul is born, has to decide his own dimension of physicality. You say the virgin birth, you call him the Son of God, and that's it. We know what happened. The priest stole the connection. That's why you got lost. And then worse than that, they stole this part of it too, and you call it resurrection. He came from that process. He knew the process and he went back to it. If you're a car mechanic and you build your car, would you walk and not use the car when you need it? You have missed the connections. And in a way, if you have a virgin woman who gets pregnant, according to your understanding, and then you call the guy Son of God, which is in the writing. Because Mitra was daughter of the Creator. This is the soul which these two ladies have been given. You will understand very soon. Very, very soon. Sooner than you ever thought. So how could you have a virgin and a son, and this son disappears again? He came out of no interaction. He became something, showed himself in physicality, and disappeared again and manifested himself, and he went to France. Now you see what you're missing. That virgin birth came from interaction of it's an interaction of the souls. A manifestation in the womb of the mother, in the womb of the woman. But it's the soul of the Christ, not the physicality of the Christ, which is the Son. So, how many virgin births would you like to have? But unfortunately, they'll all be looking like me. Very hard to find a wife. So, we know the game. You have to understand it. Loving and devoting is one of the prerequisites to a just soul. Now, how many virgin births do you need? And do you have to become monogamous? Don't worry, ladies won't leave you. I've seen you. You look very handsome. And you do everything you like. That's what she'll say. This is why we come to the dimension of physicality for this purpose. Physicality has a lot of beauty, but you have to keep the soul correct and just. Then the physicality will enjoy itself. I said at the point of laughter or being understanding, usually say the son the same as the father. Yep. And they say father the same as the son. What the father does, so does the son. The father came and have fun and created a birth out of the what we call virgin birth. What did the son do? He went through the same path this time. He enjoyed himself too much physically, and they put him back on the same track to go back where he came from. The father created out of the pleasure of creation, but the son, when he came, he enjoyed all the physical pleasures on his own, exactly how the father did, but in a different way of physicality. And I put him back on the cross to go back where he came from and go and enjoy yourself with your beauty in other dimension. The father is the man of pleasure, the same as the son. Physicality manifesting your creation in physical dimension has a certain beauty. But the son got drunk with the beauty of the love of the father, and he did what he liked. You know what we call, they say he was born with a silver spoon in his mouth. And he enjoyed the silver and the mouth too much. That's why they put him on the cross. He thought he can get away with all of it because Papa was there to do. In soul, he knew. I hope you understand. Don't worry. Still life will go on the same as the rest of the universe. But man has to know, or the soul has to know, the position and the dimension. Any other question?
Thank you, Mr. Keshe.
Thank you. You see, as I've explained many times, and maybe for a lot of new listeners, in the world of Christianity, especially Catholicism, there is a huge problem. The problem is all the religions who found out people devote themselves to had a blueprint. And from this blueprint, they took what they needed and they ignored the rest without them knowing and manifest themselves in different ways. The original prophet, which never believed in anything but the creator, was Mitra. Mitra was born from a virgin mother. Mitra had so many ways to the rays of the sun, 12 disciples. Mitra had the same way, born with the light. And she got herself through the light. And many, many things behind it. You see, the Christianity, what you see, repetition of Mitra. You look at Judaism, the tree which supposedly the thief of Baghdad was given and he stole most. And look, it more or less in so many ways repeats part of what it suits. So when you speak about Christianity, present Christianity, find the facts. But the difference is Mitra came long, long before, 10,000 plus years before. Christ came with the same people, but the man molded him into Mitra. The message was message of Christ. Physicality and everything else was molded by Romans. Because Romans were in bed with the Persians for hundreds of years. And all the leaders of Rome were Mitras. They followed the Prince of Mitras. So when it came to let the Romans become Christian, was the law of the boss and the hanging man on the cross, because the Romans were still statue worshippers. They made their statue being in temples around the neck of the man, with the cross of the man, where the cross shows the power of the Rome. And the man hanging the weakness of the citizen. The rest of Christianity is the history wrote by the Roman emperor as a copy of their belief, Mitraism. And you all believe you are Christians. "12 days of Christmas. One day for a celebration of every ray of the sun, beginning of the spring. If you look at the candles on the table of the Iranian New Year, is what you call it, rest. In Christianity, you have the three wise men of Persia, which was the ethics of Mitra. Do good, talk good, and act good. And this was the three wise wisdoms that they brought with them, and you lost it. You look at the box of the gift, not the essence and the ethos of the gift, and you forgot about it. Because Roman emperors were true Mitras. The true Christians, as you want to be, was the true Romans emperors who lived by the ethos. Now, I wonder how long more you're going to keep the Vatican going with the lies and the cheats. And if you look, in Iran, we celebrate the 12 days of New Year. We have a candle on the table. When I look at the Christmas setting and decoration, to me it's like the Persian New Year. But I know the truth. And I know the copy. What I call, what we call now made in China copies, made in Rome, are very good near copies. Go and read about the life of Mitra, Blessed Rene, and then you understand who lied to who, and what is left for Vatican to stay up for, except stealing the soul of the man. Thank you very much today. I thank the two pillars of what we call the new cycle, which you heard their voices, answering the innocent their voices. And soon you will see they become mature voices. And their wishes collectively will become the destiny of you and the human race and the rest. I give from my soul to both of them that they elevate their ways in a faster way, that mankind can move away from this mess which is created for himself. Thank you very much. And I'm sure we'll have an interesting time ahead of us. Thank you, Rick. Thank you, the whole Keshe Foundation team, and for you to be here for years to support.
Well, thank you once again, Mr. Keshe, for taking us through this journey over such a relatively short period of time in the past few years here. It's quite an amazing piece of work. Thank you so much. And thanks to everyone for supporting Mr. Keshe and the Keshe Foundation and all of the work that's been going on all around the world and perhaps all around the universe. It's amazing and wonderful times we live in. I'm just shocked and amazed by the day here. Okay, I think we need to wrap it up for today. So I thank everyone for attending today's 329th Knowledge Seekers Workshop for Thursday, May 21st, 2020. And we have the One Nation, One Planet, One Race for World Peace coming up on Tuesday at the usual time and place. And you're invited to partake in private teachings if you're a student, and also the Telegram groups if you're interested in partaking in those. Okay, thanks everyone, and we'll see you next time around. Bye for now.
سلام، این آب پلاسماست. همه باید این کارو کنیم که کشورمون رو پاک سازی کنیم.
Espirra no motoboy também.
Pode. Isso aí é para encontro o ouvido, sabe?
سلام دوستان، اومدیم برای گنز پخش کردن برای همه. 20 لیتر آب شیرین برای 10 دقیقه از داریم میزنیم. هدیه به دوستان. اسپری آب گنز در هوای بارانی امروز.
چالش اسپری آب گنز.
Vaporizador aqui, pulverizando as ruas, passando por vários bairros, distribuindo água plasmada.
روشنایی مفهوم دارم اینجا رو ضد میکنم.
Foundation. Our mission is to bring peace on earth and join humanity with the universal community. We wish and work to bring man as equal to all beings in the universe. By teaching plasma science and technology equally to everyone, no one is left out and no one is abused due to lack of knowledge. By donating to us, you can help achieve this goal. keshfoundation.org/donate